Mayor, it's time. Mhm. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for taking the time to join us for tonight's council meeting. For the record, it's December 7th, 2023, and the time is 6:30. Council, I'll begin the roll call, and when I call your name, please say here or present. Mayor Maxton.
Here.
Council Member Stroop is not present. Council Member Roden.
Here.
Kerner.
Here.
Parker.
Here.
And Menchow is not present. With 4 members of council present, a quorum is declared.
And thank you, Christina. And would everybody please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome everybody to tonight's meeting. As a reminder, we are live broadcasting tonight's meeting and would like to welcome all those that are joining us as part of the live broadcast. If you do get an opportunity to speak as part of the meeting, I'd ask that you don't speak from the seats, that everybody would speak from the microphone that's up here at the podium. That's the only way that the people who are watching the live broadcast will be able to hear the comments. And if you do get an opportunity to speak, would you please introduce yourself and from what agency that you represent, or if you're just a resident making comments, whether or not you're a Fair Oaks Ranch resident or not. All right. We'll move on to citizens to be heard. We do have 2 individuals that signed up for citizens to be heard, and we'll start off with Rich Nichols. There you go.
Good evening. My name is Rich Nichols, and I live at 8115 Windmill Circle, Fair Oaks Ranch. Tonight, I am requesting an additional 3 stop signs to be located within city limits. The first location is at the intersection of Keeneland Drive and Ventura. There are currently 2 signs here. I am requesting 2 additional signs on Keeneland for the cross traffic. The hazard here is that Keeneland Drive is curved in both directions when approaching Ventura, making it difficult for motorists on Ventura to see oncoming traffic. The second location is at the intersection of Hansel Drive and Battle Intense. There are currently 3 signs here. I am requesting a 4th sign to be placed on the downhill side of Battle Intense, making it a 4-way stop. The hazard here is that the angle of the intersection and the vegetation on the uphill side of Battle Intense make it difficult for motorists on Hansel to see traffic coming down Battle Intense. This is my 3rd appearance before City Council in as many years to make these requests. What precipitated my being here tonight is the fact that last week I almost clipped a bicyclist coming down Battle Intense. Had I actually hit him, it would have been my fault, as I pulled out in front of him. The fact of the matter is that he had no reason to slow down, and I just didn't see him coming down the hill before I pulled out. The request for stop signs at these locations are not new to council. I have stood here twice before, and I know that residents in the Battle Intense area have discussed the hazards with members of council. When residents take the initiative to come before council to address a problem or make a complaint, they rightly should expect some action. Council responsiveness to these residents is important. They need to know that when a resident addresses council, they will be heard and that their request or complaint will have consequences. The fact that my requests are minor in nature and may pose an annoyance to some should not negate the need for some action on the part of council. So tonight, I am asking that you resolve this request one way or another and get back with me on the reasons for your decision. Thank you for your attention.
And thank you, Rich, for being here tonight, and definitely not an annoyance, and appreciate you taking the time to come to council. We have one other individual that signed up, Mr. Pieper. Wes?
Wes Pieper, Fair Oaks Ranch. I just wanted to mention briefly a couple of emails that I sent to council earlier this week. One was about the Unified Development Code and concerns about property rights. And the other one was about street projects and questions about what's written into the comprehensive plan. I hope council has or will read the emails and consider my suggestions in coming months. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And thank you also for being here tonight and your comments. That was all the individuals that I had signed up, that had signed up to be part of Citizens to be Heard. Is there anybody that did not get an opportunity to sign up that would like to speak? All right. With that, we'll move on to our consent agenda for tonight. We have 3 items on the consent agenda tonight. First is the approval of the November 16th, 2023 regular city council meeting minutes. The second item is the approval of the second reading of an ordinance amending the City of Fair Oaks Ranch Code of Ordinances under Chapter 13 Utilities, Article 13.06 Water Conservation Plan, Section 13.06.006 Landscape Watering Management to include an updated watering day schedule and providing for an effective date. And the third item on the consent agenda is approval of a resolution authorizing the execution of a purchase order with Motorola Solutions Incorporated for body-worn cameras, expenditures of the required funds, and execution of all applicable documents by the city manager. Is there any council member that would like to remove any of these items from consent to consideration? Then with that, could I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I so move.
From Laura, and a second?
Second.
From Scott. All in favor of approval of the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda is approved. With that, we'll move on to our consideration items for tonight. The first is the consideration and possible action accepting a private donation to the City of Fair Oaks Ranch Police Department. And this is a good news story.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. Tim Warren, Chief of Police. I'm going to bring Ms. Dee Menezes up here from the Fair Oaks Ranch Women's Club to explain the donation.
Chief, I think the first one was Mr. Lalada's.
Scratch that. Back it up.
And then we can bring Mrs.
Yes. So yes, this is the third donation by the Laladas family. Mr. Lalada couldn't be here tonight, but asked me to read this letter. Addressed to the Fair Oaks Ranch Police Department. It's been another wonderful year. Noemi and I would like to take this time to express our appreciation and gratitude to the Fair Oaks Ranch Police Department. Their dedicated service continues to ensure a safe and peaceful environment for the Fair Oaks Ranch community. With our sincere thoughts, Noemi and I are once again making a Christmas donation of $2,000 towards obtaining patrol officer equipment that will aid in their performance and safety of their duty. Several years ago, 3 police officers responded to what I felt was an intruder in the attic of our home. Though their search revealed nothing, there existed a life-threatening danger to these officers while entering the attic. I am forever grateful for their service, and often their presence are unseen or unacknowledged. Though it may appear insignificant, Noemi and I always give a kind wave to the patrol officers when we see them on their patrols. Hopefully, our thoughts and donation this Christmas will bring some appreciation to them. We wish the police officers, their family, and the entire staff of the Fair Oaks Ranch Police Department a wonderful Christmas May God keep each and their families safe. Sincerely, John and Noemi Lalati. So, and the motion or the consideration before you is to accept the $2,000 donation from Mr. and Mrs. Lalati.
Yeah, and this was you mentioned it, the third year that he's made this donation. And he felt it was so important from his position to recognize the police department and have contributions to them, but then wanted no focus on himself. And so even though he provided a letter to more or less explain why he was providing the donation, he really wanted all the focus as part of making the donation to go towards the police department. And that just speaks of the type of individuals that we have here in Fair Oaks Ranch. Also speaks a lot of our police department too. Thank you, Chief. Then could I get a motion to approve the city's acceptance of a private monetary donation to purchase equipment for the police department in the amount of $2,000?
So moved.
All right, I'll give it Scott and Keith.
All right.
Were there any questions from anybody here in the audience, any council members? And with a motion on the table, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is approved. Thank you, Chief. Second consideration item that we have up tonight is a consideration and possible action approving private donation to the City of Fair Oaks Ranch Police Department. And this one is from the Women of Fair Oaks Ranch Club.
Fair Oaks Women's Club. The Women of Fair Oaks Ranch is a different club.
Oh, okay.
Fair Oaks Ranch Women's Club, yes.
I got all the words right. I just in the wrong order. And it probably makes a big difference.
It
I
does.
apologize.
It does.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, residents. I'm Dee Dee Menezes, and this is Rhonda Nugent. We're the duo tonight. We represent the Fair Oaks Ranch Women's Club. There are two of us in Fair Oaks Ranch. We meet in the daytime in families' homes. The other one meets at the club for the most part, and they do theirs at night. They do theirs at night most of the time. So there's two different women's clubs, but we're great. I mean, you just get to
Not a
choose.
rivalry or
Well,
anything.
no rivalry at all. It's just that we have better food. Okay, and we do a lot more fun than what they do, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, we have about 45 to 50 members of our club, and we don't do any fundraising. We just go ahead and we just pay dues. So what we do with our money is every year we go ahead and we pick out certain groups that we felt like say thank you to for everything they've done in our community. And this year we're recognizing the, what do you call them? The first responders. Of course, you're first responders too, but you know, you're not wearing the uniform. And so we have already given our small donation. I wish we could give more, but it's coming out from our dues, and we don't do any fundraising. But we've given one already to the Arcadian Ambulance Company. We've given one to the fantastic fire department down here on 3351, who services us. And today, we leave the best, not to last, but we leave the best here. And we're honoring our police department staff for a wonderful job they have done ever and ever and ever. We've been here 15 years, and we've never had a problem, and so we're very grateful for them. So we would like to go ahead and take this donation to y'all to use for Christmas and the holidays, to however y'all want to spend it. So thank you very much, and appreciate it, sir. Thank you. Oh, we gotta get a picture. Rhonda, come on. We have to get a picture because I have to notate this for the club.
You can take a picture without Rhonda.
No, you can't. Okay.
Push it back to you for your approval, real quick, before we picture.
We'll approve while you take it.
Were there any questions from anybody here tonight? Council, from anybody else? Then can I get a motion to approve the city's acceptance of a private monetary donation to the police department in the amount of $100?
I so move.
from Laura and Keith.
Gary's trying to.
Any other comments from council?
Told him to get.
With the motion on the table, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is approved. And thank you from the Fair Oaks Ranch Women's Club. And thank y'all for being here tonight, too, and doing the presentation. You know, the door's only one way until we adjourn the meeting. All right, with that, we'll move on to our third consideration item tonight, which is the consideration and the possible action approving a resolution authorizing the submission of project applications to the Texas Department of Transportation for fiscal year 2026-27 Highway Safety Improvement Program funding and execution of all documents relative to the submission by the city manager. And I'll turn it over to Grant.
Thank you, Mayor, council members, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Grant Watanabe, the Public Works Director for the city. And again, the purpose of this agenda item is to determine if there's any interest in submitting a project for the Highway Safety Improvement Program FY27 funding cycle. And if there's any interest, to approve a resolution authorizing the submission of the project application. So maybe a little bit more than a year ago, staff did conduct the HSIP presentation, which resulted in the selection of Post Oak Trail. So tonight's presentation will be similar in nature. We'll provide an overview of the HSIP program, including what projects are eligible, how TxDOT scores and prioritizes its projects, and also some potential candidate projects. To help me with the presentation, I'd like to recognize Jeannie Terrence from Legacy Engineering Group. Jeannie actually ran the HSIP program for TxDOT at the San Antonio District for many years. So she is very familiar with the project, and I'm confident she'll be able to answer any of the questions that come up. Jeannie? Use the controller that's left and right slides, and then there's a pointer that sort of works. Okay.
Take notes in case you have questions that I can't answer. Okay, as Grant mentioned, I'm Jeannie Torrance with Legacy Engineering, your GEC, and I did retire from TxDOT a few years ago, and I've been doing HSIP since 2006. So they do change periodically, but I should be able to answer most of your questions. If not, we will get you answers. Today we're going to discuss an overview of the program, recent changes with the HSIP funding and participation, the current budget, which is $2.8 million allocated for FY27, the potential opportunities that we have for the city of Fair Oaks Ranch, which include an Almond Road curve improvement project, Rolling Acres widening to add shoulder, Silver Spur widening to add shoulder, and some other potential targeted or systemic safety enhancements. And then we'll talk about takeaways and next steps. So what is the Highway Safety Improvement Program? It's a federal aid program. It's managed by the state. In this case, it's managed by TxDOT. And its purpose is to achieve a reduction in serious injury or fatal crashes on public roads. Right now, I think TxDOT or the program designates that the project should be geared to reduce crashes by about 3.25% each year. And hopefully, all the projects will work toward that goal. The two types of projects that you can submit for are targeted, which are reactive projects. They occur where you've already had a crash. And then you have your systemic projects. And those are projects that are based on locations where there is a high significant or statistical probability that there could be a crash based on the conditions. So, for example, narrow roads are typically locations where you have high crashes because people run off the road, head-on collisions. So widening the road can increase safety and give people more room to maneuver. Okay, how are the projects scored and prioritized? So in order to submit a targeted project, the submission must have an SII of 1.0 or greater, which is basically a cost-benefit analysis. And it factors in the traffic volume, the crash history for the last 3 complete years, the life of the project. For example, pavement markings are only expected to last about 4 years, but a bridge might last 30 years, so that's factored in, and the anticipated reduction of preventable crashes. So they put all that in a pot and they come up with a cost benefit, and, which is an SII. For systemic projects, you don't have to have an SII, but it does help when they go to ranking. Sometimes if you have a location that has no crashes versus one that has crashes, you might want to treat the one that has crashes first. So how much funding is available? So up to about 4 years ago, it was one big pot of money, and the best comparison is that it was like the HSIP Hunger Games. All the money went to the traffic division, and every district in the state sent in their projects, and then the traffic division went through about 1,000 projects to try to narrow it down and figure out how much of those projects, each project type, they could fund. And a lot of times what had happened is when it trickled down to local projects, there just wasn't as much money on the board. But now they've improved it. There is dedicated funding for the districts. They know exactly how much money they're going to have, and especially for off-system, they know exactly how much they have to spend. They are accountable to make sure that the projects meet the requirements of the program. Currently, the San Antonio District has $2.8 million allocated for fiscal year 27 for all off-system projects. And that's for all 12 counties, including municipalities in the San Antonio District. So I know we have a couple of big projects on here. That doesn't mean that they won't get selected, but just know that you will be competing, could be competing with other localities. Historically, the number of projects submitted by local governments is relatively small because, you know, sometimes it's a little bit of work to get those projects through. Okay.
I have a question. In that scenario, we are considered off-system, is that correct?
Yes.
So we wouldn't be under the targeted or the other one? I was looking at the buckets
Okay.
that you had.
Yes, so you actually, you are off-system. Off-system just means that it's a road that's not maintained by the state of Texas. You could do targeted or systemic. So it doesn't matter, it's just off-system is a lump sum, whereas when you have on-system projects, they separate it into your targeted and systemic. Local is just local. It's kind of a strange nuance there.
The San Antonio District actually has like $15 million, but only 2.8 of it is for the off-system.
Correct.
Got it, okay.
So only 2.8 is off-system. For example, if you did want to submit a project on Ralph Air Road, which happens to be FM 3351, even if you submitted it, it would become an on-system project, and y'all would not be responsible for any of it if it was selected. So what costs are local governments responsible for? 90% of the construction's costs are handled by the federal funding, and 10% of the construction costs would be handled by the local government. Also, engineering, environmental right-of-way, and any administrative costs would be part of the local responsibility. There are a few projects, however, that could be considered for GMATCH, which is 100% federal funding. And this is kind of a rough list. It's that doesn't guarantee that if you submit one of these projects, it's going to qualify for GMATCH. You won't know that it qualifies for GMATCH until it's selected. But these are the ones that are more likely to be considered for GMATCH or 100%
Would
cost.
these be, are these off-system projects also that would also then be considered GMATCH for 100%?
Yes. So GMATch actually only pertains to local off-system projects. So here's a list of potential systemic improvements. It's not an exhaustive list. There are a few others, but these are the ones that, looking at the list, that we thought the city might be interested in applying for. You see a few with asterisks that could qualify for GMATch. There's illumination, safety lighting, rumble strips, on stop-controlled approaches, installation of roadside flashers or embedded LEDs for stop signs, intersection ahead warning signs, systemically treating the curves within a geographical area or roadway type, pedestrian treatments or roadway widening. With the exception of roadway widening, any of those systemic improvements that we would consider would need to be in more than one location. So you couldn't just treat a single curve and call it systemic. In order for a project to be systemic, you should be trying to apply it to like conditions throughout the city or as to the extent possible. So the first project that we looked at for systemic is on your CIP currently. This is Almond Road. This is actually a part of the project on the CIP. This is just to improve the curves. So you have those two 90-degree curves, and this would improve them. The roadway condition's already not great, so that's part of the reason it's on your CIP. The project would reconstruct and soften both curves. It would require some right-of-way acquisition, which would be the responsibility of the city. It replaces approximately 1,000 feet of pavement at each curve. It includes 4-foot shoulders, pavement markings, and signage. And the estimated construction cost is $2,017,043 at this time. And this is an image of the area. There is one minor injury that would qualify for the type of project that we would submit if you choose to submit a project at this location. It would help to improve the chances because it does have a crash on a systemic project. Oh, that's cute. Okay, and this is an image of the proposed concept showing the current width and the proposed width and how they plan to soften the curves, or how we would plan to soften the curves. Because it has been in the hopper for a little while, there has been some discussion with Kendall County. From what I understand, at this point, it's been at the staff level. It hasn't gone to commission, but there has been some support, at least at the staff level, for this project. And I know that there have been some long-term plans that kind of anticipate some sort of project at some point to happen at this location. The next one, this one's also on your CIP, is Rolling Acres Trail. Because it's narrow, we could widen it. Another one that the overall condition index is below 55 right now. The road's in need of repair anyway, so this could be a way to assist with funding it. It would require a full depth reconstruction, drainage improvements, and utility adjustments. It's for only 41% of the current CIP project, but it would be 2,786 feet of the pavement. And it would include 4-foot shoulders, pavement markings, and signage, and the estimated construction cost would be $2,059,517. It would go to, what is that road? Doesn't go all the way to Silver. No, it's at Meadow Creek. Meadow Creek. This shows the existing conditions. There is one serious injury reported, and a serious injury for the HSIP program is rated the same as a fatality. because of that, this would qualify for either systemic, because it's a narrow roadway that you could widen on a systemic level, or it could also qualify as a targeted project that you widen because you've had a crash at that location. And the SII would be greater than 1 when calculated out. The following locations are all the crashes that we looked at that had qualifying factors that could be considered for HSIP projects. However, those in yellow would be crashes that are suspected minor injury crashes, and the value, for lack of a better word, of that crash would be $330,000 as compared to a serious injury or a fatal crash that is valued at $4 million. So when you factor that into your cost-benefit analysis, they really wouldn't make very good projects. They'd be such short durations that it wouldn't really be worth submitting at this time. But we did look at Fair Oaks Parkway, Rolling Acres, and Silver Spur. Silver Spur, they did have a fatal injury, so we did list it in the projects. The contributing factors were driver inattention, fatigued or asleep, wrong side not passing. We brought this up last year because the crash was already within the 3 years, and I think this year will be the last year. Yeah, 2020. So next year, this project would not qualify from this crash. These are some of the options of different types of projects that could qualify based on the type of crash that occurred at that location. So to explain further, the mitigation that you propose has to be preventable, has to be able to prevent the type of crash that occurred. So you wouldn't want to put up a traffic signal if somebody ran off the road because they're not related. So that's why this selection was, these types of work codes were selected. So key takeaways, we currently have $2.8 million worth of funding available for HSIP projects, and you could get up to 100% of construction costs if you use a project that is G-matched. You would need to cover your engineering, environmental right-of-way, and administrative costs, but it would save the city some money for each of these projects. The current City of Fair Oaks Ranch CIP will require general debt obligations and or a voter-approved bond program. Taking advantage of HSIP would save the taxpayers some money, millions of dollars potentially. There's no obligation to participate until an advanced funding agreement with TxDOT is signed. So submitting a request for TxDOT to consider a project is really just that. Even if it's selected, you're under no obligation and you can pull out until you get the AFA executed. So the next steps, the council needs to identify if any of these projects, if they would like to pursue any of these projects. If so, then the staff would refine the scope and cost estimates, then submit them to TxDOT by December 15th. That's their current cutoff. And then TxDOT will announce which projects were selected by March. And then if the city is still in agreement, they would then enter into an AFA. The letting date for any potential projects that would be approved and selected would be September of 26 through August of 27. Okay, are there any other questions?
Questions from council? Oh, we'll get, any questions from here, anybody here tonight on the presentation? All right.
It's possible. We pretty much took all of the TechStop funding whenever we did Post Oak Trail. So it's similar in circumstance. I know that sometimes the local governments don't submit a lot of projects or they don't have a number of locations that are qualifying. We're in a unique situation in that we do have some qualifying projects. It would be a competitive process, but I kind of always think, why not? I mean, doesn't hurt to ask, if, you know.
The question is probably for Grant. So for the Almond Road project, where do we have it on our schedule for the CIP? Like, when would we, if we were going to fund it through a different mechanism than this, when is it currently scheduled on our calendar?
So the Ammon Road CIP project to reconstruct from city limit to city limit is currently not in our 5-year CIP.
Okay,
It's a project that's been considered separately by the Bond Advisory Committee.
Yes.
But right now, in a city-approved 5-year CIP, it's not part of that.
okay, how about the Rolling Acres?
Rolling Acres Trail is, it's toward the later years of our 5-year CIP program. I don't remember which specific years.
I'm just concerned that if it's already in our plan and it's supposed to start earlier than what this let date is, it's potential we could
No,
push out
I
something
think
that.
it lines up with this program, Rolling Acres. Was either
Either
FY
27 or
27,
28.
Okay, so it's
28.
around the
Right.
same time frame, regardless, okay.
Right, and to clarify, the Rolling Acres Trail is only a portion
Yeah.
of the larger Rolling Acres Trail project.
I caught that.
Yeah.
And then one other question. So for the Almond Road curve reconstruction proposal that is being mentioned here, isn't the same as the full Almond Road reconstruction?
Correct, because this includes a slight realignment to soften both curves.
That's
correct.
right, and since it widens it at the curves, it would seem weird if we just widened the curves and then the road was still narrow. So essentially, if we would get this funding, wouldn't it just drive the rest of the road widening project also? That connects between the two curves?
There'll be a transition between the curve and the straightaway.
Okay,
I don't know if it'll drive the need for the rest of the project,
okay.
but
I just
there'll be
wanted to
a
make sure if
transition,
that wasn't an assumption that both would go there.
So widening on the curve also gives added safety in that it gives a driver more maneuverability if they are losing control. It gives them more time to get corrected before they go off the road, which is when things really go wrong.
Okay, thank you.
I had a question. Did you have anything?
No, go ahead, Greg.
We've come in with some very large projects, and I'm not supportive of really moving forward with the Ammon Road curves, and we could talk about the reasoning for it. But the question that Scott brought up, I mean, we're really requesting everything in the HSIP program that's available in the San Antonio district. And in GMATCH, it seems there may be some smaller programs that we could look at for our city that we potentially, going in at a lower dollar amount, we would have a better opportunity of receiving funding for those. Was there anything that was like raised pavement markings or?
Well, raised pavement markings is one of those weird ones. The work code's in there, but it's to be used subsidiary to other work codes, that you can't have a standalone pavement marking project. Unfortunately, they used to, and they don't now. The only caveat now with doing some of those other systemic improvements, like putting signs or something, there is a cutoff. It needs to be at least $20,000, and sometimes that's harder to meet with the signs. But I mean, if you wanted to do some edgelit signs or something like that at one of your stop sign locations that you're having issues at, you could do something like that. I think that you'd have to have a couple of locations. It would probably need to be anyway for systemic, and then you would be able to include it in the program.
The consideration that I was looking at is on like our North 40 roads where there's zero light out there at night. And actually, the one fatality that you talked about where the individual crossed the road, raised pavement markings may have made the difference in signaling the driver to move back into his lane. If we considered the large structure like that, is that something that could be considered as part of the program? I think that may make the price tag.
Are you talking on adding it to an existing project? So you couldn't do the raised pavement marking standalone.
Okay.
It would have to be with something else. So if you wanted to add illumination, I know that that's kind of a hot topic too, right? So you would have to do something with the raised pavement markings. Widen, add raised pavement markings, add shoulder.
I had it. Okay. So the GMATch then is additions, could be 100% funded, but additions to projects that are already being submitted? Is that?
No, the GMATch, the projects on the GMATch, let's go back. So it's traffic control signalization, pavement markings, but I think what they mean by pavement markings is, because there's different types of pavement markings. They're not talking about the raised pavement markings, and that's the one caveat that they say raised pavement markings, the rumble strip markings are not allowed to be standalone. But if you wanted to do like multiple locations where you do pedestrian crossings, crosswalk pavement markings, something like that.
Okay. Maybe it just take a little bit more research, and we may have some other ideas that could be lower cost projects that we could find across the city. Instead of trying to compete for the entire amount that's available under the HSIP program for our district.
Understandable. We'll look through the project options and see what we can find.
And do we have time?
We don't have a lot of time. They really need to get the information in as soon as possible for this program year.
Okay.
But it could always be considered for next year if we don't make it this year.
And I mentioned that I'm not a big fan of the softening of the curves on the north. For one, I know that the northern curve has a safety problem. It does. And it's been identified by Kendall County now and along with the city. And we're currently in the process of a program to put safety measures at the current location with the current design. I don't know that Kendall County would be supportive of going in on a project like this. You said you've talked to the staff, but I don't know if the Commissioners Court would sign up for something like this. Also, honestly, I don't know what the future of Ammon Road is going to be. And if we go in and we're spending, we're going to spend a grant amount of just over $2 million, but it's also $500,000 that we're going to have to take out of our budget to contribute to this. That not knowing what the long term of Ammon Road is, I don't know that commitment of $500,000 to a project like that would be a good investment at this time. And then honestly, it's a stop sign 90-degree turn problem now, but softening of the curve, somewhat in my belief, is we're trading off what is almost a 90-degree turn safety problem, which with softening of it adds in the speeding problem because people would tend to take that curve a lot faster with it softened. And so for those reasons, I just don't think it's the right time now to be looking at this, the softening of the curves for this area. Yes, sir.
I live back there, and I personally don't see, Ammon Road's a much bigger problem than just softening two curves. And we need to tackle that whole problem and we don't have enough information at this time what it's going to look like or who else is going to be part of it. For us to do just our portion of it seems kind of silly, frankly. I realize that we want to chase free money to some extent, but I think at this time it's not a good choice. It's not something that I can sit back and go, you know, is this something that we need to do? I do see where we may be able to find other projects and certainly chase some free money that would really benefit. It's really dark back there, and if we can figure out some way to go ahead and figure out exactly what the definition of the roadway markings are, to see if we can add to that. I do like the addition. We've done some great work with getting some of the speed signs up. I'd like to see more of those around the city if those are possible. I think I heard you say that we have to reach a $20,000 threshold for that.
Yes.
I think that's where we ought to spend our time, trying to do that.
I think when you, just clarification, when you mentioned the speed signs, it's the solar-powered radar speed signs that actually show the speed of the vehicle as it's coming up to it? Is that?
Yes.
Okay.
I've noticed a difference on Meadow Creek Trail, especially with the influx of Post Oak traffic coming down Meadow Creek Trail. It does make people think as you're going. For some people, it's a challenge. Okay, we'll put that out there. But I think for most people, when that sign starts to flash that you're going above the speed limit, it does slow people down.
Yes, ma'am.
I completely understand the whole Almond Road hesitancy, and what about the Rolling Acre one? That's on our project list already. It's something we plan to do. It's completely within the city, and it's gonna fund a portion of it. I don't disagree with the stop sign. We're not gonna figure it out tonight, and it has to be voted on tonight to be able to make it for this round. So maybe we could spend time next year looking at stop sign projects as we submitted, because the deadline's December 15th. We're not meeting before then. So unless we figure out an entire stop sign project tonight, I don't think it's gonna be able to be submitted for this year. So, but we could submit for Rolling Acres. If we get funded, we get funded. If we don't, we don't. But it's already on our list, and we're already planning to do it. And I would rather at least try for it rather than not. And it's, you know, it's a small portion of what we're doing already.
And is that the deadline? We have to have everything done by December 15th? Is that the?
That's actually TxDOT's deadline to turn it into the division, so they need it yesterday.
Kind of coming in late.
Yeah.
With the request. The only concern I have with, you know, if we were to fund and do the Rolling Acres project as a city ourselves, then we can do the design of Rolling Acres. With going through the HSIP, there's a requirement, I believe, to expand the roadside and put shoulders in of 4 feet on each side of the road.
The road bed would need to be 28 feet.
And I understand that, you know, it's great that we would get money through the HSIP program for that, but as a result of that, now we're going to have an expanded road, which in some aspect may take away from the rural nature of what we have as part of the north part of our city. And just being put on the spot today, I don't know that I'm ready to make that decision.
And is the, on that Rolling Acres Trail, that's not for the entire road? So then you'd have this odd duck out here with wider section down into narrow section?
Correct. There'd be, it represents about 41% of the entire Rolling Acres Trail reconstruction project. And yes, there would be a transition between the new wider section to the old existing section.
So, Grant, if we, in our project plan, it is, when we reconstruct Rolling Acres Trail, we will have to widen it somewhat, wouldn't we? Or no?
So the current plan is to provide paved shoulders as part of the reconstruction. And one of the things that the Bond Advisory Committee has asked is how much does that add to the project cost? And we've provided them some data to that. So that's something that the cost, overall cost for the project is a consideration. because adding shoulders does add about 20 to 50% to the cost of the project.
So we were going to be widening it anyways?
Anyway, that was the plan. Right.
Nothing any different than what our current project plan is?
So would this line up with our plan, this timing?
Yes.
Would it line
Yeah,
up
that's what
with
I asked.
Earlier?
Yes.
It,
Close. And of course, depending on the progress of the bond committee, we could adjust those project plans slightly. But as it's in the CIP you reviewed during the budget process, I believe design would be in 2 phases between 26 and 27. Construction would be in 28 and 29 as it stands currently. If we had to move that up a year to align with this, I think that'd be very feasible.
So we could go after this, and like you said, we wouldn't be committed to it until it actually came into an agreement and see how it lined up with your plans for the,
I'm not sure I'm getting that.
That's what I'm
I think that
asking.
if we put our initials on this project for the TxDOT money, aren't we committing
No.
to?
No.
No, in fact, that's kind of how we got the Post Oak Trail, is that another local project backed out at the last minute, and they asked us if we could develop a project quickly.
But we are committed to taking 8 feet, 4 feet on either side if we use this money. Kind of takes away
Right.
our
The
choice.
minimum for widening shoulders, you need to achieve 28-foot pavement width to qualify.
Grant, in that, I was looking here at the CIP, in that number, I mean, in the plan for 26 through 28 on that Rolling Acres, that's the entire road that we have in our plan, this in the CIP plan? Is that for the entire Rolling Acres or just this section?
What's in the CIP is from Rolling Acres Trail from Ammon Road to Flagstone Hill, so it's not the entire length
Okay.
of Rolling Acres Trail.
All right.
Correct.
So we don't have the entire Rolling Acres mapped out yet for our CIP, just part of it?
No, the CIP project represents the section of Rolling Acres Trail in the worst condition, so that
Right.
the plan is to reconstruct that portion.
Okay. So would this be a section in
A
addition to that?
subsection of that project.
This would be a subsection of that project?
Correct.
Grant, how much work is it to put the packet together?
It's a 2-page application, and you need a concept plan. We have a lot of work that was done as part of the overall roadway CIP project that we'll use to pull parts of and to fill out the application for Rolling Acres Trail, if that project is selected.
Do we control the design of this if we go through HSIP, or does it?
Correct. The
okay.
city has to fund 100% of the design, so we would select a consultant and manage that contract.
And maybe another question, if the part that's in our CIP is 41 or so % of Rolling Acres that needs the work, how much does this cover of that section, what's on the table right here? Half, 3/4, roughly?
So if I remember correctly, I think it's 6.7 million, okay, for the planned CIP project. And this would cover, it's 2 million we're proposing, so about a third of the, well, it's more than a third.
Okay.
We estimated at about 41% when it comes to linear feet wise of the CIP project.
Okay.
Do you want to remind everyone that we have a bond advisory committee who's literally looking at ways that we're going to fund this anyways? So, I mean, it's already something we're planning to do.
I mean, I kind of support that idea too, that if it's already in kind of our future and we're mapping it out, the bond committee is looking at it, putting the application in is no harm, no foul at this point.
I agree.
Where does the requirement come that we have to put shoulders in on the roads for our north side?
So for the HSIP program, the reason it would qualify as a systemic project is systemic widening is defined as taking a road that is less than 24 feet and widening it to the minimum standard, which is currently 28 feet.
So if we didn't go through HSIP, Grant, is there a requirement that we put shoulders on the road?
No, there is not.
Say minimum standard, what standard is that? Is that a federal standard? Is that a transportation standard? Where did that standard come from?
I'm not an engineer, but I'm pretty sure it comes from AASHTO. But I know that it's in our HSIP manual as 28-foot minimum, which it's based on the width of a road, based on crash data and how wide a road needs to be to try to minimize the number of crashes that occur on the roadway.
Are there standards for a municipality on how wide our roads need to be right now?
Those standards are found in our UDC. Again, going back to the typical cross sections they provide for the different classes of roads.
Okay, so we set the standard of how wide we want our roads to be, and that's in our UDC, and where do we decide that? Like, do we just make up a number? Well, 18 is good, right? Or is there somewhere we go refer to pull that number from? Is there some underlying standard that we rely on?
I'm sure there is, I just don't know it at this time.
Okay,
Yeah.
great, okay, I just want to catch that, because obviously we get that number from somewhere. I'm curious.
Do we anticipate that HSIP will be available each year? Is there a limit to the program, or, I mean, obviously you can't forecast the future what the government's doing.
It's a federal program. I've been doing it since 2006. It used to be every other year. The past several years, it has been every year. I mean, I would, at this time, assume it to be every year, but I couldn't tell you for sure.
Just personally, me, I think we're rushing to a decision right now, and I would prefer to step back and let us do the thought process on it. And if I agree with what Laura's saying, if we're going to do the road anyway, we ought to apply for the grant. But my thoughts right now, instead of rushing to it this year, is we see what the Bond Advisory Committee comes up with, and then let's look when we have more time to really thoroughly go through this next year, submit the grants of what we want to do. And the other consideration, and it may be even in the future years, the Rolling Acres piece was still over $2 million with a limited amount available in the district fund. It's just a lot of money, and I'm just concerned that we're rushing to a decision right now.
The only decision we're making is if staff's going to fill out a 2-page form and send it to TxDOT in the next week. We're not agreeing to do the project. We're not agreeing to spend any money. We're not agreeing to sign any contract. We're just deciding if we're going to have staff submit a 2-page application. Well, I think that's what our vote is today.
It is.
Yeah.
Do we want to submit an HSIP application?
Yeah.
I have one more question. So let's say we submit the application and we decide that no, when it comes time to, when do you sign the contract? Just in general timelines, let's say we submit it, they like it, they accept it. When do we actually have to sign a contract for it, roughly?
Did you want to take that? It needs to be, in order to make sure that it's done before letting, which would be anytime between September of 26 to August of 27. I would probably say a few months before that, it would need to be executed, just to allow time for the design and everything to pan out. Any survey work, any preliminary work that needs to be done. Ideally, 6 months or more, so that you have time for environmental and so forth. And I don't know if you have any utilities or anything in this area. I don't think so, that you need to relocate. We might. So, I mean, you'd have time. You'd have more than a year from when it was selected.
Where I was going with that, it sounds like 26, sometime in spring of 26, we'd have to execute some document. So the question would be, to Greg's point, would we have our design, funding, and all that stuff in place by then and know exactly what we want? So that's the timeline I think we're looking at. It's 25, in 2025, having to kind of figure out that design and if that would fit. And if we don't think it fits, we just let it go. Then do we get a hickey by the HSIP if we say we want it and then we don't take it?
No, actually, the council's turned down projects before.
Okay.
I would just think that, moving forward, it'd be in good faith that we want to move forward with something, and I'm just not sure what it is that we're wanting to move forward with. And so it is a 2-page application. There probably has to be some thought and effort put into to complete that. Right now, without all the information, I'm just hesitant to move forward. That's just me. Anybody else?
I'd like to make the motion and just put it on vote.
Okay. Were there any questions from anybody else here tonight? Then can I get a motion to approve a resolution authorizing the submission of project applications to the Texas Department of Transportation for the fiscal year 2026-27 Highway Safety Improvement Program funding and execution of all documents relative to this submission by the city manager? And a motion?
I so move with an caveat that section 1 of the resolution states the project would be the Rolling Acres Trail project vice the Almond Road Safety Improvements Project. I so move.
Okay, and a second? And we have no second on the,
Yeah, so it fails, do like a second.
okay? All right. Well, thank you all for your time and a very good presentation, and thank you for the layout of the information and honestly answering all the questions that we went through. Good information for us, so thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll probably be back next year.
I hope so. We'll move on to our last consideration item tonight, which is consideration and possible action on canceling the January 4th, 2024 City Council meeting. And this is an item that I submitted. We were looking at the calendar, going through what we have available. This is 2 days after the New Year's holiday, and I think school is still out during this time frame. And we thought that it'd be a challenge. Well, there may be some staff members that are still on leave. There may be some council members that would like to consider going on leave, taking some vacation. And we really looked at it, and we don't have a packed agenda right now for the January 4th meeting. Our requirement is that we only hold one meeting a month. And so we just, as a holiday presentation, we consider canceling this meeting, and it won't be a jam-packed meeting for the following, what would that be, the 18th of January. Any questions?
Oh.
Any questions from anybody here tonight? Then could I get a motion to cancel the January 4th, 2024 City Council meeting?
So moved.
Keith, and a second
I second.
from Laura. Any other discussion from council? With the motion on the table, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? And the motion is approved. Thank you all. And that completes the consideration items that we have tonight. We have one workshop item tonight, which is a look at the Unified Development Code amendments related to the statutory and regulatory changes. And then we also have one policy recommendation on the mixed-use village zoning district. And so what has happened so far is that, and I'll turn it over to Bobby, are you going to kick it off? Okay. So far, the P&Z has gone back and looked at all the regulatory changes, and now they have compiled all that and provided that document to us. The P&Z has not voted on it and made their recommendation to council yet. But what we have at this time is an opportunity, Bobby Barnes here, who's the chair of the P&Z Commission, to provide the information to ensure that the P&Z is on track with the intent of what council would like to see. So this is an opportunity to provide those recommendations or those changes to us, and we can provide comments that we go back to the P&Z, and they will conduct it's next week, you'll have your public hearing.
You're stealing my thunder,
I'll turn it over to you.
all of it.
All right?
So I've got it all in here. I first want to say good evening, Mayor, Council, all the residents and citizens here and also online. Listening to this, I am Bobby Barnes, and I am the current chair of the Planning and Zoning Commission. First, I wanted to give an explanation that as a workshop, the materials from the UDC that you have been given are not formally voted by the P&Z to submit to you for review. Rather, they will be holding our public hearing next week at our regularly scheduled meeting on December 14th. And then we will review it with discussion and comments from the hearing, along with our discussion and comments from tonight, and also anything that we have slept over and come up with. And then we will vote on a recommendation to submit this portion of the work to the council for their review and approval. Thus, tonight is simply a discussion of our work in progress. The Planning and Zoning Commission last met on November 9th at its regular meeting to review the regulatory and administrative changes to the UDC. Now, this was based on the direction from the mayor and the council to first bring forth statutory and regulatory changes, inclusive of updates driven by state or federal law, and any items needing immediate attention. At that meeting, the city manager also recommended we review the mixed-use village zoning district as a policy item that needed attention. Now, the city attorney presented their proposed changes to the commission based on changes in state law and other administrative changes for consistency in the code. Some of the key changes that are included in your material are changing the plat filing date to match changes in the state law, changing vested rights expiration dates, clarifying the city cannot enforce local deed restrictions, but advising that developers should consult local deed restrictions in the development process. Changing restriction to building material finishes to match state law. The legislature no longer allows cities to mandate building finishes, and building finishes must follow Chapter 3000 of the Texas Government Code. Eliminating multiple references to zoning in the ETJ, which state law now precludes. And I got a second page here. Here we go. Changing the policies for legal non-conforming uses to adhere with state law. Now, we've already been following the public notice requirements regarding these non-conforming uses. And finally, cities can no longer require developers to dedicate land for public infrastructure or complete public infrastructure unless it is already funded in an approved capital improvements plan. So as you can see, there are a lot of legal changes that came through the state, especially in their session that ended May 31st. Now, the Planning and Zoning Commission also recommended clarifications to the UDC in addition to the city attorney and staff changes. Those changes are highlighted in yellow on the proposed UDC amendment summary of statutory regulatory changes table in your packet. And that's the packet, the sheet that looks like this type thing, and you have a couple yellow ones there. Those changes include correcting a clerical error that both the P&Z and the City Council will require public hearings on zoning changes, although they do not have to be joint public hearings. Clarifying for all zone types that the city does not enforce deed restrictions and HOA regulations. Clarifying that flag lots will not be approved except for lots that have a long dimension, in which case they must go through a variance process. And identifying some of the ADA requirements, such as being that were outdated. So we changed the ADA section so that it would reference and mirror the federal ADA laws, so therefore it will always be current with the federal laws. Regarding mixed-use village, the Planning and Zoning Commission conducted a long discussion on the issue and recommends that the residential component comprise no more than 30% of the total development based on acreage of the development. Now, we understand there may be further discussion on this requirement by both the council and the commission. It was something we attacked towards the end of our meeting, and I think we all wanted that month coming up to next week to think more about it, but we also are welcoming and happy to have any additional council guidance regarding the mixed-use villages definition. So as mentioned earlier, the P&Z Commission will hold its public hearing next week on December 14th on these regulatory and administrative changes. And our intent is to consider a final recommendation for your consideration at your scheduled December 21st public hearing. With that, I'm happy to turn it all over to the city attorney, who will review the proposed changes in more detail.
Thanks. Really, what I would suggest that we do is, because the council's had an opportunity to review all of this, I don't want to take up any more of your time that's necessary. P&Z chair covered the highlights of the major changes that were based on legal things. A lot of it too was just cleanup necessary from previous changes that have happened in state law that had not yet been updated in your UDC. Rather than walk through these, if there's any particular changes that you have questions about, I'd rather focus on those. Several of them are tied together, as you'll see. Particularly, one of particular interest to many cities that did require multiple changes in yours is that the prohibition that we require future dedication of future streets and things such as that, streets and alleys, and there's more to it than just that. That's kind of a high-level view of it, but really what that's after, as y'all know, is you have a future thoroughfare plan, most cities do, and when a developer is going to come in and put a development alongside or adjacent to an unbuilt future thoroughfare, they're required to dedicate, under the previous laws in all cities, they were required to dedicate that thoroughfare and build it if it was adjacent or going through their property. And we can no longer do that unless that is what they want to do, and typically, unless it's going to be private streets in a subdivision, they're going to want to dedicate all the streets, including the local streets. But I think that the real intent from the legislature on this was that cities should have to compensate that developer for that right of way if they're going to dedicate it adjacent to, or if they're going to construct that. So that required several changes, not just to your UDC, but we're doing those across many cities. We're having to go through and change that. As far as any that are specific to the ranch in here, you know, we had to take out a lot of the references to HOA rules and things such as that just, it's not something we can enforce. You know, we're happy to point people in the right direction to get the information they need from the HOAs, but we don't want to give the impression that it's something that we're going to actively police and enforce, because it's not something that we can. The rest of it is fairly benign. I mean, it's things that we had to go through and catch up on, but there's nothing of great interest. I know we want to talk about the mixed use development. So if y'all want to have that conversation, if there's not any, you know, glaring need to talk about these individual
Mixed
things.
use or?
No, just a general question.
Yeah, I would just say if we could, let's move through the statutory changes first and get that out of the way. Then we can come back to the mixed use.
Okay. I have a general question, Dan. Have you and/or the firm reviewed the changes that is in front of us, and are you good with everything in here? Is there
So-
anything that you still have some concerns about?
Yeah, there are some still some things that I've asked that Cindy, my associate, who's been working on this, and Bryce Cox is one of our principal planners. We have a couple of them, have been largely working on this, and so there's a couple of things that still have to take place that will be done before it goes to P&Z for action. You might recall before you had a UDC back, I think it was before we had a UDC back in 2017, right around the same time. But we adopted a vested rights provision, and it's actually in your city code and not in your UDC. And whoever did the original UDC for the city included a section on vested rights in there. And so what I don't know that Bryce and Cindy knew that or were clued into that. And so when I was going through this with Cindy, I said, hey, here's the thing. I'm glad y'all made changes to the UDC section on vested rights, but we don't need both. It needs to be one or the other. And so, you know, make sure that before this goes back to P&Z, verify that the language that was in the UDC that you're amending is better than what Charlie and I wrote for the city that's in the city code, because we only need one. So that'll still have to be done. It's not a matter of anything wrong with either one of them. We just want to make sure we have the most complete section in the UDC and take it out of the city code if that's where we want it. That's one issue that still has to be fixed. And the other thing is I want to make sure that we already did several changes to the tree section. And I noticed there were some additional markups in this version. And I don't know if the version everybody was working from had already incorporated the changes we already made. So that's just a matter of, hey, making sure that things being, that when it's gone for a vote, that we have the correct version that was recently updated. If we're making additional changes, I want to make sure that that's captured.
Which section is the tree section?
Page 166.
Wow.
Because I had a question
You
on that
memorized
too.
this?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, just a hobby I have,
Okay.
right? I was curious, Dan, why it was even in here when we just put a tree program in place. Why do we need to refer here more specifically?
It's the same provisions as far as I know. It's just that we were taking them outside of this process and working on them a few months ago. So it's really just a matter of making sure that those changes that were already made were what was, I don't think that's what was being worked from. So that's just that's a housekeeping thing that needs to be done before it goes back to, I think you've already done the heavy lifting on that one is what I'm saying. So when it goes back to P&Z, we want to make sure that the changes that the council's already reviewed are incorporated there. If it's a matter of we have provisions in more than one place, then they need to be pulled out of any place that is not the UDC.
Yeah, it was more of like, you know, it looked confusing, like it may have been conflicting with what we already put into place. So as long as that's
Yeah, that's not going to be the case when it comes back through, for
Okay.
sure. So there was, the UD, as you know, it's a very large document, so some things like that can happen if you're running amendments through independently, and so that needs to be clarified, for sure.
I just had a couple of just general questions too,
Yes,
if I
sir.
could ask those. So this is more because I don't know. We were referring to the ADA provisions being, you know, go to the federal ADA rules. Are our ADA requirements more stringent or better for the disabled than the federal, or are we just out of sync? What's the?
So the way that's worded currently, and Carol and I had this conversation actually earlier today because that was something I brought up as well, is that it says in other laws in there now, but the reality is the Texas accessibility standards either should be, I would prefer that we add that specific reference in here instead of it just falling under and other laws. Texas accessibility standards in particular are applicable in places that for public access. And most of the folks who come out here and inspect are going to inspect to TOS standards. They have to be TOS certified if they're going to do inspections on commercial property. So I want to reference those. They have to meet both, but they're very well, I am not a TOS expert, but there very well could be provisions in TOS that could be more stringent. They're able to be more stringent for sure. So we do want to reference those specifically, and that will be added.
Okay. And then one more education for me. On page 79, we talk about single-family residential attached. What does that actually mean? Is that another building on a single-family lot? I'm not sure I understand it, because we just changed the dates. But it wasn't the date. It was more moving from months to days, but it raised the question, what is that actually saying? It's 4.10.13.
You're just asking a general question.
I'm
What
just
is
asking, what
single-family
is
attached?
single-family attached? What does that mean? Scott, I think it's on page 79 of that document y'all sent out. It's the second paragraph, right below funeral homes.
So what I believe that is referring to when it's single-family residential attached is going to be more what we would call, commonly called, I believe, like a condo. Because they're attached individually owned units.
Oh, it's a condo, okay.
That's what I would consider single-family residential attached, because they're individually owned units, but they do have common walls and
Okay.
things such as that.
Okay, thank you.
I was looking to see if we actually had a specific reference to condos, and sometimes, I'll be honest with you, sometimes I feel like the planning world gets a little too clever for their own good with terminology.
Just
It's
call
like,
it a
let's keep it
condo.
simple as possible, so.
Well, I actually read every change, just so those are the things brought up my question. Okay. Thanks.
Anything else? Scott? Good? I know you're good, but. This has been, Dan, I think y'all have reviewed this multiple times. Well, Cindy's reviewed it multiple times, and now you've.
Yeah, it's been through several times, and I think one of the big reasons for the delay was just having to go back to the original text to bring those changes forward. So I mean that's been part of it. But yeah, it's been a good process for the P&Z to go through for sure.
Mayor, one more question.
Mhm.
So you're going to get all that cleaned up and ready before the public hearing? Is
Yes,
that-
it has to be, yes.
Okay.
When it goes back to the Planning and Zoning Commission, it needs to incorporate any additions that you want to make here and just some of those final cleanup things that we've caught during this last review process. So,
I did notice there were some items in here that said, policy thing for the council to consider, and I'm not sure, are you going to point those out too?
yes, so yeah, those are areas where it's not necessarily a legal requirement one way or the other. It's a decision that you can choose to make or not make. And P&Z can make a recommendation on anything that's strictly policy. Typically how those are dealt with is your P&Z is going to make a recommendation on that matter, and then the council can make the final decision on that.
Okay.
And when that does happen, when that comes to you, I think that's something that I've pointed out before, but I will again, is that until the city council passes a final document, it is subject to change by the city council, plain and simple. Y'all are the final decision maker, the final authority on any matters of policy. And it's the same with legal. Just because it's a recommendation that comes from legal doesn't mean it's not something that you have to do. It's just our recommendation as to what we believe the statute says, and the council's welcome to disagree with those as well. But until you make a final decision and pass a final document, it's subject to change by the council.
Well, and the reason I also mentioned that is that Bobby is asking for direction from the council, so if that's something we need to look at tonight to give them direction, I'll make sure, but if not, we're good.
You certainly can.
Yeah.
If they're wanting direction on something specific. Oh, did you? Yeah, go ahead.
Step 2.
So in several of those, unless you have a specific item, Councilman Rowe, there were several items on here that that the city attorney, Cindy in this case, flagged as an item that probably needed to be addressed per state law change, but how we address it would be a policy decision. It necessitates a policy decision. So that's part of what we're going to do in the policy round. So other than like the changes to the dates and things like that, we didn't make a decision there. We punted that to after this, but
Okay.
knowing that we will have to come back to it.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying.
So it's not on the highlighted yellow list at this time?
I should not be.
Okay.
And I know one that she and I talked about at length was also the sign regulations. That's a big one. So, yeah. That's enough said on signs, but yeah, that's a big one. Well, it's a revolving door, and I've been through that door many, many times over the last decade as the Supreme Court and the different circuits have, gone back and forth on what cities can regulate and what they can't, so.
Any concerns on the regulatory? Any questions from anybody here tonight? Well, the direction that we as a council had given back to the P&Z was, round one was to consider all the regulatory requirement changes and any grammatical changes that needed to be added to that. That's what's been brought forward, and I think everybody is satisfied with what has been presented and moving forward with it. During the process, we identified one policy change that we wanted to take a look at, and that was the limitation on residential component related to mixed-use village. And so as part of this, it's been included. And Bobby, do you want to lead us through that, or you want to lead us through the, that's something you want to talk about, or I don't want to put you on the spot?
On that mixed-use village, we talked about it. I've talked about it. The commission debated about it for so long. It came up at the end after we got through everything else, and we came up with a 30% of what I had said earlier, 30% of the square footage of residential versus the total acreage of the development, of the plat. And the comments have been, do you really want it of the total? Do you want it of the developed portion of that plot? And when you start thinking about it and you start looking at it, gosh, I'm not even sure. I can tell you why we came up with 30%, but I'm not sure even tonight, talking and thinking about it, it could be 25%. It could be 20%. We need guidance on it. I can't come up with anything that really is concrete. How I have justified the 30% is I looked at developments in the city of San Antonio, both at the Rim and the Harris Bay down at the Pearl. Both of those came up with a 30%. So that's where the 30% number came from. But they used 30% commercial, 70% residential. We being Fair Oaks Ranch, we have very limited residential. So I used the 30% but reversed it and said 30% residential because we have a lot of space residential. We have very limited space in the city now for commercial. So I used the 70% commercial. That's, to me, if 30% was good enough for two big developments, I thought, well, then maybe there's a key to that. I don't have any other background on that number. And as you start thinking about it, maybe we want to go down to 25% when we start looking at the numbers. And we start looking at, well, if you do the total square footage, which is the easiest one to figure out, you probably do want 25%. If you do the total of the square footage of the development, which would exclude the roads, would exclude all the land that can't be developed or has to be in a drainage pond or something, maybe then you do want the 30%. So it's flip a coin, and I can't, we need guidance on it. I think we're all kind of just, we don't know what the right number will be.
I think I'm philosophically thinking about mixed use the exact opposite of how you are. And so, to me, we have areas that we're saying you must be residential. And we're having areas that say you can do light industrial in this area. To me, when I say mixed use, that's saying I'm good with either residential or commercial in this space. If it's all residential, that's fine with me. If it's all commercial or a mix, but I didn't think mixed use indicated it must have a mixed use. I thought, as a council, we're okay with either one being put there. I might be completely misunderstanding that, but I thought that's what mixed use meant, is this area, I'm good if it's residential, I'm good if it's commercial. Mixed, I don't care. I mean, unless we're specifically saying you must have residential and commercial in this area, I don't know why we would pick that anywhere. I don't know why we would mandate that.
Okay, if I can respond to that, first of all, when I looked at what the city of San Antonio had with those, they wanted the mix of residential and commercial. When we worked on the 2017 original, it was actually described to us where first floor would be commercial, second floor, and if we went higher, third floor would be residential, that we did want to mix. I know when we put it out to the public hearing back in, and I don't know if it was 17 or 18, but the residents were very much where they wanted more commercial because we're so limited here in the city with commercial. More doctor's offices, more hairdressers, more ice cream shops, coffee shops, whatever. They wanted more little entrepreneurial type shops, more little cafes type stuff. And they did not want a lot more residential in there. They thought this was an opportunity to mix it or to go strictly commercial. And so we came to the conclusion we want it mixed, and we wanted to have nice sidewalks, an area you could, golf cart to, bicycle to, the kids could play around in and enjoy whatever treat they have there, a pastry shop or whatever.
Well, being the only council member around that was here when we voted on it, that was not my interpretation of what I thought that was. And I have never heard residents relay that, as you have said to me, that they demand areas for commercial. So I guess my general question is, philosophically, council, regardless of what we call it, do we want to dedicate an area in the city where we are saying you must have residential and commercial mixed together? It is a requirement. Or do we want to say this area it's okay if you have residential or commercial?
I think if I understand it correctly, it's not saying that 30% of it must be residential. I think what what is outlined is no more than 30% can be residential.
So you want to dedicate the area that's marked as mixed use. You're okay if it's 100% commercial, the entire thing.
I think
Yes.
that's
I don't know if that was ever the intent of anything we ever zoned in the city. I just wanted to say that because I was here. I think it was intended, we were okay if we added commercial to residential in that area. It was permitted.
Kind of
Yeah,
makes sense to me.
I hate to argue, but I remember clearly the drawings that company, consulting firm, put up with the first floor and the second floor and the comparison how it was going to be mixed with the residential. And they were looking at 2- and 3-floor buildings where we had commercial on the first floor. So they definitely did not want it solely, did not present it to, at least I know we were all sitting together. that they did not present it as solely an opportunity to have it all residential.
I don't know that I see the Pearl coming to Fair Oaks Ranch. I mean, in scope or size.
Oh, of course not.
You know, of course, you know, so.
We don't have
so-
any free lots even
Well,
close to that size.
and that's kind of what I'm thinking. I think, since I wasn't here then, I would kind of go with the idea of mixed use being, if we're going to put commercial there, that's fine. If we're going to put, you know, housing there, that's fine. Or if you want to put both there, that's fine. I think that to go ahead and kind of mandate that, you know, we're going to have storefronts with apartments on top of it, like you have at the Rim, that's probably a stretch for land use for Fair Oaks Ranch. Correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, I wasn't here for those discussions, but
Well, it wasn't discussed, I mean, those were drawings that were conceptual, like what could
Yeah,
mixed
they were
use be?
definitely conceptual.
Right, conceptual, but it's not in here. It's not written in here. Like,
No.
it was a drawing of what could mixed use look like. This is what it could look like, but it wasn't saying that's how it had to be. It was just saying that's an example of what a mixed use could look like. And to me, when I read it, I took that as, we need to have areas of the city that allows commercial.
Sure.
And we need to have areas of the city that we want residents to live in. And we need areas that have light industrial, you know, there's all these things that we need to have. And when we selected the areas for mixed use, that was the areas that we were okay with. If commercial came in, that would be okay for them to be. It wasn't mandating that it had to be commercial. You know, it was like, we're okay if it's here because it's along Ralph Fair Road. We're okay if it's over by Old Fredericksburg Road because that's kind of off by the frontage road. We weren't saying you must be commercial and we don't want houses here, or a very small amount. And so that's when we selected that. Because if you look at everything else, most of them are like residential or logistics, community. And so there wasn't many places where we said this must be commercial and only commercial.
Okay, but let's look at it from a financial picture, because that's my expertise. This city is very dependent on property taxes, and you just went through a period where everybody's screaming about property tax increase and all that stuff. We do not have the sales tax base that San Antonio has or other smaller cities. We don't have anything even close to it. And the more we could allow more commercial, we could increase our sales tax revenue and possibly keep our property tax more stable and not be so dependent on it. So we really need, in a sense, more commercial than we need more residential in this city. And we only have 3 lots. So it's not like the whole city can turn into this. We only have 3 lots. And if we put them all residential, which would happen in a drop of a hat, I'm sure, then we have limited our tax base to only property taxes, and every time you want to raise them, they scream.
And I understand what you're saying, but you are philosophically changing the entire philosophy of the city and what is in our comprehensive plan by what you're just proposing right now. Because our comprehensive
No, 'cause
plan,
I'm not
our comprehensive plan states that we are a bedroom residential community. That was the philosophical design of our city. And it's okay. I'm not saying that's not right. I mean, some cities want to have more sales
This
tax
is
space, but
3 lots.
we as a council have never proposed an intention to change our entire tax base through zoning. We have never proposed that as the intention of our zoning. Our intention of our zoning is to manage growth in a manageable fashion and grow the city the way that we want to. The comprehensive plan and how we define how our city looks defines that we're predominantly a bedroom community. We all, at the time, we want that. And as far as I know, I have not heard otherwise. I have not heard, let's change the comprehensive plan and let's add commercial all these places because we don't want our taxes to be taxed a certain way. I have never heard that. It is a philosophical, I mean, I've heard the argument before, but I haven't heard the argument for Fair Oaks Ranch.
But we
So-
only have 3 small lots. I'm not saying we're turning over the whole tax base. We're just giving us a little more variance in going in there.
I get it, and I'm just saying
just a
it's-
little.
and
I'm
I-
not
and I get-
proposing that this turns into commercial. I know many people would love to have a children's haircut place that they could just run up and get the bangs cut or something like that and not have to go all the way to Bernie or all the way down to the rim to do it. It's 5 miles to the rim. They can bicycle to like Parker's if there's someplace around there that does. I know they would love to have a dentist or orthodontics around here to do those monthly appointments, rather than have to go out into traffic and fight I-10. I've heard it. We heard it at our meetings. We heard a lot when we had, I can't remember the name of the developer that wanted to do the one right by Nooners, but there was a lot of complaints that we do not want 100% commercial, I mean, residential. And we heard that loud and clear when we had that public hearing. So David wants a few words. David's
I
my-
would like you to send me the notes and the numbers on that, please, because I have never heard anybody come to me, and I've been on council for the longest.
Well,
So
we
if
have
you
our
could
tape
please,
of our public hearings,
yeah,
so-
if you could, as a commission, please send me the numbers on that. I would like to know that, because I have not heard that.
David, do you want to speak?
All right, the numbers on,
How many people came up and spoke that insisted we have more commercial in the city?
I think we've gotten a little bit off of
But I
the
think,
focus of
but I
it.
think it has to do with how we define mixed use. Philosophically, what do we think mixed use means as a council?
Right.
And that's what we're talking about, is philosophically, does it mean we want this to be predominantly commercial? Or is it more, if we have commercial, we're okay with it being there? And that helps us define how we want it to be written.
I agree
Because-
with what
yeah.
you're saying.
We got to make that,
Yeah.
to make that decision, we have until January, February to make that, so. No, we have only till next Thursday, when I have our public hearing.
Well, it doesn't have to go as part of the public hearing. It could have been
No.
withdrawn if we're not ready.
Can I go back and give a little bit of history?
Yes, sir.
If you look back at the comprehensive plan, you'll see that there were a number of citizen surveys. And when those surveys were taken, the citizens came up and said they wanted to remain a bedroom community. No problem with that. But they also said that they wanted to have small commercial areas, the offices, the restaurants, the small retail.
Yep.
So that's why we put in the mixed use to start with.
Yep.
And then we were told that, well, the citizens' surveys also said they wanted nothing to do with apartments. They did not want they did not want the great wall of apartments like we're getting down here at Napa Oaks or anything like that. Well, we were told by the lawyers at that time that we could not exclude apartments. So we decided to put the possibility of apartments in with the mixed use. In reality, it was really more of an afterthought and a placeholder. So when you start talking about the idea of having a possibility of 100% apartments like the Botanica came up with, that was not what we were aiming to do, and that was not what the comprehensive plan wanted. That was not what the citizen surveys wanted. So that's where that came from.
So the concern is because the mixed-use village right now allows apartments.
No. We have to have a place for apartments, and we had chosen the mixed-use village as that place.
I think the concern potentially, and this gets to your philosophical discussion, Councilwoman, is that right now. As you stay at the top, the mixed-use village, as it's intended, in state of UC, it's intended to encourage a mix of uses.
Okay.
And it talks about being pedestrian-oriented, et cetera. It doesn't specifically require that, like you said, so it can be, as I think you stated, or I'll paraphrase, it can be 100% residential, 100% commercial, or some mix thereof, right, hence the name. And so the issue that came up, and I will take full responsibility for putting this back on the agenda. As said, when the council made the motion, I believe you made it, Councilman, is to address the regulatory administrative changes and items that don't work. We thought, based on the previous discussion of P&Z back earlier this spring, this was an item that potentially wasn't working or maybe was not working as intended. So the discussion became, is there, rather than being 100%, to allow 100% residential and potentially 100% multifamily residential, do we want to put some type of limitation on that? So it is mixed use, but not all of one use, specifically multifamily. So that was the reason for the proposal to provide some type of guidance as to how much of the mixed use can be residential.
So, because that is the only one of our zones that permits multifamily residential, that is the concern, is that
I believe
they
so.
can come in and make it all multifamily. So it's not because we want to potentially insist this be all commercial. It's really, we don't want them to take this area and make it 100% multifamily.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's my interpretation.
Okay, and that is helpful because I didn't gather that. But at the same time, I think philosophically, I know why we put mixed use there, was because we wanted areas, like you were saying, those pockets where commercial could happen. But I also don't, like you're saying, don't want somebody to come in and take advantage of that zone and make it all apartments.
I believe that is the concern of what's driving or related to this change.
Okay. And this is, and that is what I didn't hear until now. Okay. And so by doing this, we would not allow them to use more than a certain percentage of the land. It says for residential, but we're not going to break it out into specific what type of residential.
I believe there's 3 levels of residential that are listed there. Would all 3 of those levels be included as part of that, since we just level it? Because we have single-family residence, multifamily, and home occupations.
Potentially, yes, but they would all be
All
included
30
within the residential category.
Okay.
They could all be, but remember, those lots are small, so we do have minimum lot sizes for single-family residential, and it would be hard to put many homes there
By
of
Nooners.
any sort.
Back there.
So
The zoning map.
I guess the first step is that now that we've cleared and maybe have an understanding now of what this applies to, is everybody okay with providing guidance back to P&Z that we move forward with the concept? I'll just start with the concept as a whole.
I was just trying to find out what location Bob is referring to. So,
Yes, sir, of course. No, sir, not at all.
Wes Beeper, Fair Oaks Ranch, just 2 comments. This most excellent discussion, I think, points out the need for the project that is on the city and the council's list, which is a review of the comprehensive plan. This is just, it's an issue for or related to the comprehensive plan, but you're dealing with what's the intent, and, that should be part of the discussion, but also, is it time to review and possibly make changes to that? So that's kind of a big picture, and where I would justify what I thought the original intent from council and about the UDC was get the regulatory things cleaned up, the stuff that you need to do because of law, as well as just some flat out errors, typos, and all sorts of crap in the original document, which is obviously a part of that too. But deal with the big picture policy stuff after taking a review of the comprehensive plan, which according to our own charter is 3 years overdue now. And so rather than rush into some policy changes, I don't know that developers are knocking down the door every day, and it is on the agenda, or on your list to do a comprehensive plan review. The second thing is, there's also references in that comprehensive plan of encouraging different types of residential within the city that don't currently exist. And it specifically refers to, I don't know, remember the terms, but townhomes, and it comes to mind the Botanica thing. When I first saw the Botanica proposal, I said, hey, this is pretty cool. I don't want to own forever. I'd like eventually, when I can't take care of my place, a small rental house. I know some people think renters are not worthy, but that's a big picture issue too. And we do have in the comprehensive plan a reference to encouraging different types where people can age out of their big place into a smaller place. And we have very little of that in the city anywhere, even in the small lots, the fairways type, along the golf course. Those are smaller lots, but those aren't small houses. And so again, I think that would point to time to do our comprehensive plan review. And then after that is done, as a part of that, then we know what policy changes are needed in the UDC, such as the mixed use. That's it.
So I guess the first decision then, so we have a policy change that's been proposed to us. Is this something that we want to provide guidance back to the P&Z to continue with, or to hold off until another time? And Mr. Pieper's point, I mean, is there urgency? I mean, right now, if a plat is submitted without this change, then it could still be 100% multifamily on mixed use.
Yes.
That's the risk.
Yes.
So I just want to make a clarification though. So when this change goes back and you give policy direction and you want to make this change to your mixed use, which is an existing zone, anybody who owns property where they are currently zoned mixed use is going to get they must get individual notice of that public hearing, that change that's coming. Because, whether we try to make a change before a plat is filed or not, they do have rights currently. And so this is a down zoning. So just understand that they're still going to have the opportunity to come and voice their opinion of a right that they are no longer going to have. So right now they can do 100% of either one. So if you're going to change that and cap a percentage, they have a right to be notified of that, and they'll be able to come and voice. It doesn't change anything other than I don't want anybody thinking that they don't currently have those rights and they couldn't currently, do whatever they need to do to protect those rights with regard to any kind of downzoning that can happen. So
And that would be the current property owners.
whoever the current property owners are,
If they were
who
to
own
sell
mixed use.
the property after the change.
That's
then
correct. Yeah.
That
Absolutely.
would not transfer to the new
That's-
property owner.
That is correct, absent, as you stated, it already being, platted or vested under that, so.
Good point.
Their argument might be that it's going to be worth less if we make that change, you know, or potentially.
So, well, you know, who knows? There's a lot of creative land use lawyers out there. Normally, commercial property is worth more than residential, right? But it just depends on what the market will bear, and who's knocking on your door at that moment as to the, you know, what would be the most valuable to you, or whatever the case may be. So, but yeah, it's an investment-backed expectations argument. Sure. Anytime downzoning is involved, that is what the argument is going to be from the other direction, is that they made it investment-backed. They have an investment-backed expectation because they purchased property that was zoned a certain thing. They're no longer going to be able to market it for that purpose to the same extent, and therefore they've suffered some sort of. It's a high bar, and you know, Scott and I talked about this the other day. It just so it's just one of those things that we are accounting for in the process to make sure that all the notices are properly given, so that those landowners have the ability to come and exercise their rights to voice their opinions on their property, because I don't believe you have that many landowners who have mixed-use zoning currently. Now, someone else could come in and apply for it tomorrow, but right now, I think your comprehensive plan only identifies limited areas where it is even possible.
Right. 3.
We have provided the notices, just so council's aware.
And what is the definition of downzoning?
When you place a more restrictive category of zoning on a property, and so in this instance, even though you're not changing the category of zoning, you are changing what they're able to do within that zoning classification. So right now, it could be 100% commercial, 100% residential. You're going to say no. Going forward, it can only be maxed out at a maximum of 30% residential.
More limiting?
And it is more limiting, and I don't know if that's problematic or not, because I don't know who has been contacting them about their property, right? So if the only person's contacting you are multifamily, right, then you might be concerned that, well, hold on a second. Children's haircut place hasn't contacted me about locating on the, because of it all comes down to the price per square foot on property. So you know what you can turn it for. So now the other thing that you have on some of your properties are reservation of LUEs that can come into play as well, and how many living unit equivalents are. You know, sometimes you can build more residential than you can commercial because of those LUEs, but we don't need to get into that right now. But I mean, that also has an impact on what develops when it's mixed use.
I believe that my understanding of the policy change that's presented was really looking at the concept of what we believe the future of Fair Oaks Ranch would look like. And in these areas, I don't believe that concept included that it could be a complete multifamily build in those mixed-use areas. And so this would, if we continued forward with this policy change now, it would be looking at putting something into our UDC that would provide that limitation that would be more within what the concept could be. I don't know that 30% is the right number, and I don't know how we define 30%, but that would be the next steps that we'd need to take a look at. But right now, really what we asked the P&Z to do is provide the regulatory changes, which they have done. And they came forward also with a policy change, which they're recommending that we proceed with. And we have the option now to tell them we can pull it off the table and that we don't want to consider this at this time, or we could proceed and provide some guidance back to them to go back and deliberate on. And maybe this could be, if we need more time or more consideration with it, I believe they're going right into the policy changes after your public hearing. This could be the first policy change that they consider. Thoughts? So really it's providing guidance back to P&Z, move forward or consider this as your first policy change, or don't consider it all. I mean,
I'd like to understand how you guys feel about the risk if we wait.
Yeah, that's a good question. So, what's the risk if we wait? And so the risk is that a plat comes in, and so then we'd have to honor the plat, and it could be 100% or 100% multifamily. Could be. I think, yeah, what this is really looking at is putting the limitation on multifamily. Because in the concept of what we looked at as part of the comprehensive plan and our UDC is more of a mixed use, I think, like Scott was saying. And so we've added in the multifamily as part of this. We just don't want it to be completely multifamily.
I don't, and I get that's the intent, but I don't read that in here. Like if someone said, I want to build 5-acre homes there, they're not allowed to.
That's what I was asking about the home. Well, because it is permitted.
Not if we say only 30% residential, then they can't. Then they can't make it all 5-acre homes.
We've had developers tell us they can't sell 5-acre homes, so they don't want to build.
I mean, Laura's got a point.
Strictly speaking, that's true.
Yeah.
Right.
So I was just reading the word residential as anything residential, but if the intent is truly multifamily residential, then why don't we just say that, unless that's illegal?
So the one thing I would say is that, you know, you're concerned about what would come in and develop on your mixed-use tracks if you don't make this change. The development that was proposed was there by right. They didn't have to rezone or anything, but it was maxed out on what the density could ever be based on the LUEs that have been reserved for that property. So it would not ever, that I'm aware of, unless they could acquire more LUEs, be more dense than what that was. And they were having difficulty complying with all the requirements of the UDC for the site to be able to meet what they thought density that they needed, if that makes sense. And they only added I think, and Grant can speak to this, they added the commercial because they were basically, I mean, they were asked repeatedly to please add commercial and add more commercial. And so that's why there was commercial on there in the first place. So.
How about, now that more questions have come up, I believe now I'm not comfortable that we just move forward on this. Would it be okay that we remove this from what we're moving forward with the regulatory changes, and provide an opportunity to readdress this with the P&Z to answer a lot of the LUE questions, the percentage of multifamily is related to just residential. I think we have a lot of questions that have come up, and I don't know that we would answer those all within the next week, that this could all be included as part of the public hearing with P&Z. Does that?
Want to make sure we get this
I
right.
agree. 30% that's a hard number.
Well,
Okay.
you gotta know all the facts, like you said, Mayor, around the impacts and stuff that Dan's brought up, and you know, all the impediments that might create. We need to understand that better.
Right.
Somebody does.
I guess overall my thoughts would be is let's do this right instead of jumping into something that we may not have all the information on right now. And to your point, Laura, yes, I mean the land's been there for years now. I mean, if we're delaying this for 2 or 3 months to get the right answers on it, then I think that's probably the right thing to do.
Agreed.
Is that okay, Scott, or within?
Yeah, but logistically, that's not a problem at all. for continuing with the public hearing without that provision, or that's not an issue. As to the risk, I can't put a number on it. I think just based on inquiries we received and general chatter, I'd say there is some risk, whether that's 10%, 90%, I don't know the answer to that, but.
But we've been sitting at that risk for about however many years now, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Mm.
Okay.
Yeah.
You understand, Bobby, or
Yeah, we're happy because that.
could you use the mic, please? We have people at home who would like to hear your comments, too.
I know I'm very happy, and I know my P&Z will be very happy, because our original assignment was just to do regulatory, and you can see that we didn't finish that. We just did what we had to do and got it to you all. And it's a draft mode, so we haven't even approved it yet to pass on to you. So I'm delighted, and I'll put it back into the policy. It looks like we're going to have maybe a 2-day workshop on that policies. If you brought this one up, because there's a lot of policies. We had 106 policies identified that we made changes to. So with each one, if we spend this much time, we're going to be here for a whole weekend. So you might consider that we have a weekend workshop. Okay?
Good considerations, but for now, we'll move forward with the
Scaring me
PNC
right now.
public hearing with just the regulatory changes that we've just reviewed. And I don't believe there were any modifications other than what Dan presented. Yes, ma'am.
So I see 5 things highlighted in yellow.
Uh-huh.
And those were the 5 things that were made that weren't regulatory. So we've only talked about 1 out of the 5.
Well, the 5 highlighted in yellow are the ones that, the changes that were made by P&Z.
Right, that weren't statutory or regulatory driven. And we've only talked about 1 of them. I think the first.
I believe they were grammatical or,
Well,
I
there's
think
some
that-
philosophical stuff in some of it.
was there?
Yes.
I think at least 3 of them were regulatory. The ones that probably were not related to flag lots
Yeah.
and
There was 1 flag lot and 1 correction of an error.
So, and I think the first 2 seem pretty straightforward, but we should at least talk through them. The first one is them just stating that it doesn't have to be a joint public hearing. Right.
It was a clerical error, changing the word. It got changed to may, and we put it back to shall. But the word joint left, and we said that's fine, not that we don't have to have joint public hearings. We can have individual public hearings like we're having. So we were very happy with that, without a problem, but that was not really a policy decision. I'm sorry. God, my steps are getting late today.
Maybe we should just move the chair up to the podium.
No, I can stand up. Yeah, the first one was a clerical error. It was a change. Joint, we took the word joint out, and then somebody said may in there, and then when we read it when we went through it, we said, wait a minute, it's not, we may have public hearings, we have to have public hearings. So we changed it back to shall, but kept that they do not have to be joint public hearings. And then another one was clarifying that all zone types, that the city does not enforce deed restrictions and HOA regulations. That's already been done in the regulatory, and we just added it in that second area.
Well, actually, the second area, you went a little bit further, and you stated that even though we can't regulate it, you mentioned before, we encourage them to look at the deed restrictions.
Exactly.
Okay. So that's what we added in there, was that encouragement for them to look at them, which I think is a good idea.
that was a city attorney recommendation
Yeah,
as well.
okay.
And then I believe the last one was the ADA, and
didn't
you
talk about
have
the flag
already
lots.
mentioned, Dan mentioned, and that was a very good catch there, is not to only mirror the federal ADA laws, but also to throw in the Texas. So he said he'd correct that and further it to Texas and federal. And I thought that's much better than listing the ADA, which tomorrow will change, and there will be back again, and we'll be back again every month as ADA changes. So by referring to the authoritative laws of both the state and federal, then we're covered ourselves and we don't have to come back all the time.
Can you explain the flag lot thing?
I can try. Something was in there, I don't have my spreadsheet here.
It was a conflict in the wording,
Okay.
because it said
Something was in
would
there
not be
about
approved, and then
The
it talked about a
flag
variance.
lots. Where is it?
So it was
It's on page
confusing.
64,
Well, it was actually conflicting,
Oh.
because it said,
5.4.
hey, Bobby, didn't it originally say, it started off and said flag lots would not be approved, period?
Oh, yeah, that was simply a wording change. It said, actually, our new commissioner mentioned that. He said, it says you can't have flag lots, they will not be approved. And then the next sentence says, flag lots will be approved under certain conditions. And we said, well, this is stupid. So we combined it all and we came up with except for, and then put it in. So it's a grammatical error to make it clearer that flag lots are not accepted except for certain circumstances, in which case you have to use a variance.
Is that just a cleanup and not
That
a
was
change?
basically a cleanup in the language.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're right, because it said you can't, and then it said you can, but
I know, and it didn't have a connector, saying there's
basically
a
now
certain
it's saying-
circumstance where it can be, and you have to apply for a variance. So we added the word exception, except. Okay.
those were good changes.
Is there any other?
Those were the only ones that were highlighted. I just wanted to make sure I understood them.
Okay,
Good questions?
Yeah, those are good changes.
good. Thank you.
Anything else we need to cover on the workshop? Is that
Not
enough?
on my end.
Anybody from council, anything else that y'all are concerned about? I believe moving forward, then, it would be, we would be looking at the regulatory changes with a recommendation from the P&Z back to us. And on the 21st, we will do a public hearing and consideration and first approval of first reading. Okay? Of just the regulatory changes.
We'll have those 4 changes, plus I didn't catch the couple changes that Dan said legally that we're putting in, but that, I know he'll do that, so
We'll get them.
I'm not questioning that.
Okay. Anything else? Anybody, other questions from anybody here tonight? Good discussion. Okay. And we will move on to, I believe it's reports from staff. And the first one tonight is a report on our Bond Advisory Committee. And Chair of our Bond Advisory Committee, Seth Mitchell.
Well, good evening, council. Scott, do we have the high-priced attorneys standing by? I need to move through this quick.
They are, but take your time, sir.
All right. I'm Seth Mitchell, resident of Fair Oaks, and I've been serving as more or less the meeting facilitator for this new group, the Bond Advisory Committee. Let's go through this. So here's what we're going to try to do this evening. Real briefly, describe who this body is, what we were told to do with the committee charter, and how the committee is going about its work. And hopefully I'll do it in a way, and you'll come out of this with a subjective assessment that, A, we kind of know what we're doing, and that we can be trusted to give y'all good recommendations. All right, so let's start with just who are we? Really what we are is the repurposed Capital Improvements Advisory Committee. And by really, if I wasn't such a slow thinker on my feet, Mr. Paul Mabin, who's actually the chair of the CIAC, would be chair of this committee, but he caught me on a slow day. But it's good, and I think it's appropriate for the members of the CIAC to be serving in this capacity, because in general, we're made up of people that have a lot of experience with projects. By state law, the CIAC must have people that work in the real estate industry, do development, or the building industries. So our committee is composed of a lot of people who have a lot of horsepower. Joe DeCola, he's in real estate. Marcus Garcia, he's an engineer. John Guidry's another engineer. Dana Green, y'all know she's developed a lot of the major projects in the area. Ben Kerner is my analytical guy. Jamin Kazarian, who y'all recently appointed, has jumped in with both feet. He's been a very good attendee. He's taken on responsibility or volunteered to do our report. Paul Mabin, another engineer. Shout out for Exxon. Me. Chris Wigan, vice chair of the CIAC, also a developer and in the real estate industry. And then our council liaison, Emily Stroop, who also is a lawyer. And in our meetings, she's kind of served as a mediator in some occasions. So it's a very good group. They work very hard. They do their homework. So what were we tasked to do? The first thing we were supposed to do is prioritize the projects by project types. And you see we're doing roadways, drainage, water, wastewater, and other. By scope and need, criticality. We're supposed to recommend the funding method to fund these projects or finance these projects. And we're to do all this with a global assessment of how this is going to impact households. How's it going to hit their pocketbooks? So how are we going about doing this? We're kind of running it kind of like a graduate seminar, really. I say formalized, informal meeting structure. We have a table in which we sit face to face. All the staff is around the table, all the consultants around the table. Like a seminar, we are assigned outside readings, just like you guys are. We have two big things that we really have to give credit for prior mayors and prior councils for doing, and that's for development of these foundational studies. The 2018 CDM Smith plan, which, if anyone's interested out there listening to this, if they want to go find it, the easy way to do that is to look at the November 15th, 2018 council agenda, and you'll see it. It's an extremely well done plan. They identified 46 some odd sites. They came up with a mechanism for putting priorities on those projects. It's just very good. Then there's the 2019 Freeze-Nichols Water, Wastewater, and Reuse System Master Plan. That's readily available on the city's website. We haven't really got to that yet, but we will. And then Grant and his staff and Jeannie and others have given us the CIP project descriptions. There's more things that we've done, but that hits the highlights. Then we go in to have we go to our meetings, and we've been briefed on all kinds of subjects. We're going to earn our merit badges in finance. We've received a Bond 101 seminar kind of school, our very first time that we met. We're about to have another one next Wednesday. And in that, we learned all the different methods of finance, of which y'all already are probably familiar with. The general obligation bonds, the revenue bonds, COOs, tax notes, that kind of thing. All of them come with certain stipulations. All of them come with certain restrictions. Some of them require elections before you do them. Some of them could require election if enough people petitioned to have one. I will say in regards to elections, this city has never turned down the opportunity to fund infrastructure. You know, y'all assessed a quarter of a penny road maintenance tax. That tax has to be re-upped every 4 years. It was started in 2008. It's been re-upped in 12, 16, and 20 by good margins, and we're due to re-up it next fall. In 2014, the city approved, put up to the voters, about $7 million in general obligation bonds. We had a 80% turnout for that election, 80%. And that proposition passed with over 64% in favor. So we're batting 1,000 in that. So we have that. The CIP bond descriptions that we go over, roads, we're looking at 5 different road projects. Drainage, we were looking at 15 different drainage projects and 4 classified as other. These are the Civic Center or Community Center, the Gateway feature, the Meadow Creek Fire Department improvements there. We're looking at all those. During the meetings itself, we have a lot of back and forth discussion. We try to set it up so people will still man a case, and then someone else will still man the opposite. And so we try to find all the issues so that when we present them to you, we hopefully won't present you with findings that you'll find things that we've missed. So your work will be easier. That's our goal, to make it easier for you guys. Our decisions are primarily made by consensus. I foresee that maybe as soon as next Wednesday, we're going to maybe not reach consensus on matters that will require votes. Next week, we'll be making final decisions about all the general fund identified projects that we've been talking about so far in the first 3 meetings. And then like any good school, we have field days. We actually, we had a great trip yesterday. We looked at all 23 sites. We got in a van. We learned a lot about the city, just driving around. You learn a lot about the city just by simply driving around. So what have we done so far? That first sentence there says, in the first 3 of Plan 7 meetings. That was our original plan. Yesterday we found out that we will need to have our findings presented to y'all by January 18th so that y'all in turn can make a decision if y'all want to call an election by February 1st. I believe that we can still get done what we plan to do. We'll probably have to shoe in more meetings. I'm not sure we'll be able to get 7. If we only get 5, then we'll lose about 28% of our total work time. But I still believe that we can do it. So in that time, the first 3 meetings, we've organized ourselves. We've obtained basic understandings of the different mechanisms for financing. And we've really concentrated and reviewed, visited, we discussed, we've made preliminary recommendations as about what we're going to bring forward to you. What we have left to do. The first thing we have to understand, so we made some preliminary decisions last meeting. We're going to have to get, well, how's that going to affect our property taxes? And we're going to get that from Summer next Wednesday. We need to finalize both the project and funding mechanisms recommendations also next Wednesday. And then we need to follow all those same steps that we've done above for the water and wastewater projects. Now, as to those, because we've seen in our work as CIAC, we've seen those water and wastewater projects, a lot of them. Yes, there'll be some reminders, but we won't be starting from scratch like we were with road and drainage and others. One thing that the committee voiced right at the beginning, and I'm not sure if the timeline will now make it, I don't know if it'll be feasible now. They wanted to obtain public input about what recommendations we were bringing to y'all before we brought them. And so we're going to have to noodle about that, how we might be able to do that. Most importantly, we're going to have to write these recommendations up. I think as part of our work, what I found is that sometimes it's hard to find the records of what happened. In our research of one particular project, we had to get pretty far down in the weeds to find out who was responsible for what. And we found it, but I'll just leave it at that. Writing the recommendations up is, again, something that Jamin has taken on. We're probably going to have to divide that work up. We'll have kind of a format that we're going to discuss next meeting, in which hopefully you'll see that it's very clear what the project is, what we're recommending, and it'll be very clear and easy for you to grasp. And then the final step is to present it to council and see how it flies. So that's kind of a short summation of what we're doing. I don't want to sit down without thanking all of you for allowing the CIAC to morph into this committee. I think it's been very good for the CIAC's future, because we normally see each other twice a year, and now we see each other, more often. So we've come to know each other, and I think that's all great. I also want to thank the city staff. The city staff's been very kind to us. They've been patient and responsive to us, and that's, Scott, Grant, Julio, Lee, our newest, Jeannie from Legacy Engineering, of course, Christiana and Amanda as well. I mean, they've just been terrific for us. And then the last, thank the community for engaging. And as to community engagement, and for if there are any BAC members listening to this, next week's meeting is at December 13th at 9 a.m. at the Fellowship Building at Spring Creek United Methodist Church. It's a very important meeting. I would like to have as many citizens as possible there, because again, we're going to be making decisions that could impact them. Well, they will impact them. And it would be very helpful to hear from them what their expectations as to this whole financing is. Do they really want to be able to vote on this? Or are they just going to be happy and content to allow you guys to decide that for them? I can argue that strongly either way. But I do thank them, and should anyone who's listening to this, or after the meeting minutes of this meeting is published, or they're curious, they should feel free to contact me. Again, my name is Seth Mitchell. I can be contacted through the city secretary's office. You should feel free to share my email address, my phone number, because we want people to be engaged. That's our toughest thing in this town, is citizen engagement. So that's all I had. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Any questions from anybody here tonight? Hey, Seth, you gave a lot of thanks to the support that you have received in running the Bond Advisory Committee. I would like to thank you for the support and honestly the effort that you are putting into reviewing the projects and identifying the requirements so that you can provide the best recommendation back to the city on where we should go with this. And you taking it seriously means a lot to me, and I'm sure the rest of the council members, so thank you.
I'll take that for the team. Thank you.
Every team needs a leader.
Thank you, guys.
And the last report we have today is a review of the presenting of the fiscal year 2022-23 year-end results.
Yes, I'm Summer Fleming, Director of Finance. I'll be presenting the preliminary unaudited financial results for the year ended September 30th, 2023. The audit is still ongoing, so we may have some adjusting entries. Yes, sir.
If anybody is watching or if you're looking for the presentation, it's on page 347 of the council packet. And since it was so far back, I just wanted to mention that. Sorry.
At the very end, yes. So the audit is still ongoing, and we may have some adjusting entries as we wrap up. However, I don't anticipate anything substantial other than I will be recording the FEMA grant reimbursement for brush removal. Although we have not received the funds as of today, we're finalizing documentation with the Texas Department of Emergency Management for that reimbursement. So I'll be posting that revenue to the fiscal year, and that will add $123,000 to the unallocated fund balance presented tonight. Overall, the city had an eventful and successful year. This was the first year the city contracted with the school district to provide 2 school resource officers at Fair Oaks and Van Robb Elementary Schools. We successfully filed for the Disabled Veterans Exemption Relief Funding, which is something we'll continue to apply for if available. The Public Works Department navigated the winter storm event in February and subsequent brush removal effort, and we were awarded that FEMA reimbursement for part of those costs. The IT department implemented several enhancements, including the water meter migration to the Census Cloud, email migration to Microsoft Cloud, and we activated new services with Microsoft, including Teams, police video migration to the cloud, and we implemented Microsoft 365 authentication for many of our cloud-based systems to simplify access to those systems. Multiple other departments continued advancement of their capital and strategic projects. And as I've mentioned throughout the year, the city received unprecedented interest earnings, and we've maintained the operating reserve in accordance with city policy. So starting with the general fund, revenues exceeded budget by more than $952,000, largely due to the increase in interest earnings. The city also received several grants that were not budgeted, including that Disabled Veterans Exemption Relief Funding, and the Public Safety Department received funds from multiple grants. Property tax collections also exceeded budget by almost $261,000. We did collect 99.17% of the 2022 tax levy, and that's consistent with the collection rate in the prior year. Sales tax collections fell short from budget by over $77,000, but we did have an increase of 5% over the previous year. Permit revenues also fell short from budget by over $67,000. The Building Codes Department issued 84 new residential permits as opposed to 126 in the prior year. The general fund expenditures were $177,551 under budget, in large part due to personnel savings. The city had some key vacancies throughout the year, including the city manager, administrative clerk, finance director, building official, building inspector, and manager of engineering services, in addition to routine vacancies in public works. So looking at the projected ending fund balances in the general fund, we have $77,000 in the non-spendable category. That's the value of prepaid items for the 23-24 fiscal year. Court technology and court security had a combined ending fund balance of $38,229, and other restricted balances total $80,803. The operating reserve is over $4.5 million, and that does represent 6 months of our operating expenditures. The reserve for encumbrances totals $301,417. This is an amount set aside to provide for obligated portions of the year's appropriations that have not been received. So these are usually obligated through a signed contract or issuance of a purchase order. And the allocated portion of fund balance is $747,811. That's the amount of surplus that was appropriated for the FY 23-24 budget. So the unallocated fund balance on the screen is $702,142, but again, we'll be adding that $123,000 FEMA grant reimbursement to this category. So in the Strategic and Capital Projects Fund, there were several projects that were completed during the year and were under budget. 4 drainage projects, 1 was completed in-house, 2 roadway projects, and the implementation of the city records digitization software. These project savings have been rolled into fund balance. The fund has a total ending fund balance of $3.27 million, of which most of that is allocated to projects in process that are continuing into the next fiscal year. Those are shown on this slide and the next. We have $255,537 that is allocated and was also appropriated for new projects in the 23-24 fiscal year. So only $14,500 remains unallocated. Moving on to the utility fund. So the utility also had an eventful year with the completion of the utility rate study, which resulted in a change in wastewater rates for this new fiscal year. We held a ribbon cutting ceremony at the wastewater treatment plant dewatering press, and the wastewater treatment staff was recognized in the Treatment Plant Operator magazine for winning the 2022 Water Environment Association of Texas Small Plant of the Year award. The utility also received high interest earnings and overall added almost $456,000 to net position. You'll see water revenues exceeded budget by about $936,000. Most of that is due to drought surcharges. The utility entered drought stage 1 in July and quickly advanced to stage 2 in August, and we remain in stage 2 currently. The wastewater revenues were fairly equal to budget, and where we fell short in impact fees, the increase in interest earnings made up that shortfall. The utility also had personnel savings for routine vacancies, as well as for the allocation of the finance director and manager of engineering services vacancies. Supplies, maintenance, and operations category, it includes an overage in GBRA fees as we purchased more water than was originally budgeted, and we added the Microsoft 365 implementation. And professional services includes $132,000 in legal and settlement fees related to wells and easements that was not originally budgeted. So in total, the net position increased almost $456,000. Our net investment in capital assets increased almost $950,000. That's for the completion of capital projects and asset purchases. Most of that was offset with a decrease in the wastewater capital fund for the dewatering press expenditure. So the wastewater capital fund has an ending fund balance of $1.25 million, of which most of that is allocated to ongoing projects continuing into next year, and has $290,000 unallocated. And the water capital fund has an ending balance of $1.4 million, of which only $370,000 is not allocated to ongoing projects. The utility also has $114,408 encumbered for obligated portions of the year's appropriations that have not been received. And we did add to the operating reserve, which now represents 10 months of operating expense. So again, in total, the net position of the utility is $17.78 million. And the audit should conclude in early January, at which time we'll close out the year-end process with a resolution assigning the final fund balances, rolling over continuing appropriations, and any reconciling budget amendments appropriating excess revenue to cover any expenditure overages. The final audited annual comprehensive financial report will be presented to council in mid-March, at which time we'll also submit to GFOA for consideration in the awards program. Any questions?
Pretty thorough. Thank you, Summer.
Thank you.
Any questions from anybody else here tonight? All right. Well, that completes our reports from staff and other committees tonight. We'll move on to announcements. Does any council member have any announcements that they'd like to provide? I did come up with a couple announcements. We are currently conducting our special election to fill place 3 on the city council. Early voting has been completed, and we have one other day of voting that's available, which is Saturday, December 9th. You can vote right here in this room, and it's open from 7 in the morning till 7 at night. The Fair Oaks Ranch Police Department is conducting its annual toy drive again this year. Drop-off locations are available all throughout the city. Toys to be dropped off need to be in the bins prior to December 15th. That's when the police will collect them all up, and they distribute these to multiple local charities. Also, as part of the annual toy drive, Santa will be visiting Parker's Ice Cream Shop on 12 December from 5 to 7 p.m. Everyone is invited to come out and meet Santa, sit on his lap, and ask for what you want for Christmas. But for those that bring a new unwrapped toy for the toy drive, Parker's Ice Cream will provide you with a free gift. I don't know what the gift is, but... And then after Santa Claus leaves there, he'll be back in town in Fair Oaks Ranch and escorted by the police department. Santa will be making his trip around the city 14th, 15th, 18th, and 19th of December, covering all areas of the city. And the specific dates for each of the communities will be published at a later time. We'll put it out through our social media and notifications. And last, the City Council and all the city staff of City of Fair Oaks Ranch would like to wish everyone the best in the upcoming December holidays, and that we hope that you have a great time, enjoyable and safe with your family and friends. Scott, anything else?
Just one item, Mr. Mayor. We just got told that the bulk brush notifications went in the mail today, so be on the lookout. That will occur in January, but giving people hopefully adequate time to prepare, that's coming up in January. But notices went out today. That's all I got.
All right. And then any requests from council for a future agenda item? Hey, Scott, can we take what Rich Nichols provided tonight and put that into a workshop item just to present to council for, is it something we would like to move forward with?
That in the queue, and let's study it, but we will get it scheduled,
Okay.
yes.
All right. We are going to convene into executive session tonight. We have 3 items pursuant to Section 551.101 of the Open Meeting Act of the Texas Government Code. A quorum of the governing body hereby convenes into closed session. The first area will be in Section 551.071, consultation with attorney, and that will be the City Council will meet in private consultation with legal counsel to seek the advice of its attorneys about pending or contemplated litigation, a settlement offer, and/or a matter in which the duty of the attorney of the governmental body under the Texas disciplinary rules of professional conduct of the State Bar of Texas conflicts with Chapter 551 of the Government Code, to wit, Richard J. Davila Jr. versus City of Fair Oaks Ranch. The second item under the same section, City Council will meet in closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071 to consult with legal counsel about pending or contemplated litigation, to wit, former officer Lacey Gonzalez F5 appeal proceeding. And then we'll also go into executive session under Section 551.074, personnel matters, and that will be to perform the annual evaluation of the city's secretary. And Christina, I have the time now is 9:15, and we are moving into executive session. And I believe to start, council, city manager, and attorney? Attorneys, but nobody else.
Okay. Okay, Mayor, we're back in open session.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Christine, I have the time now is 10:43, and we are back in open session. During our time frame in executive session, we do have one consideration item to go through in open session. And could I get a motion to approve the firm of Denton, Navarro, Rocha, Burnell, and Zeck to represent the city in the pending F5 hearing of former Officer Lacey Gonzalez?
So moved.
From Keith, and a second
I second.
from Laura. And any other comments from council? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is approved. Christina, is there anything we missed or anything else that we need for tonight?
No, sir.
Scott, anything from you? Or
No, sir.
Christina, I have the time now is 10:44, and we are adjourned.